Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. In the hours before dawn, when the city of London remains ensconced in a stillness that is broken only by the occasional distant rumble of a carriage wheel or the faintest whisper of a river breeze, Covent Garden lies wrapped in a shroud of fog, thick and persistent. This fog, which clings to the cobblestones and drapes itself about the shoulders of lampposts, imbues the air with a sense of mystery and timelessness, softening the edges of reality and transforming familiar shapes into ghostly apparitions. It is within this ethereal embrace that a single lamp, steadfast against the encroaching gloom, casts its warm, golden glow upon the front of a small bakery, its light a beacon of industry and warmth in the otherwise hushed street. The bakery, with its modest facade and unassuming sign, is a place where the mingling scents of flour and yeast create an aroma both comforting and invigorating, as though promising a day replete with simple pleasures and sustenance. Through the window, aglow with the gentle flicker of the lamp, the silhouette of the baker can be discerned, moving with practised ease amidst the quiet symphony of dough and oven. The faint crackle of the oven, that steady herald of transformation, accompanies the rhythmic kneading of bread, each motion a testament to the quiet persistence of daily toil that is both humble and noble in its constancy. As the fog swirls in lazy tendrils around the bakery, the surrounding streets lie silent, save for the occasional echo of footsteps that announce the presence of a solitary passer-by, their figure briefly illuminated by the gaslight before being swallowed once more by the enveloping mist. These echoes, soft and distant, seem to converse with the chimney smoke, rising in languid curls to join the fog in its aerial dance. The air is cool, carrying with it the promise of a new day. Yet here in the pre-dawn shadows, time appears suspended, a moment of tranquil anticipation before the city's inevitable awakening. Within the bakery, the gentle hiss of steam and the whisper of flour upon wood create a soundscape that is as much a part of the morning ritual as the rising sun. The baker, though unseen, is a presence felt, his hands moving deftly over the dough, shaping it with a care born of years of familiarity and dedication. The very act of baking, with its blend of precision and intuition, is an art form that requires both patience and passion, qualities that are reflected in the bread that emerges, golden and fragrant, from the oven's embrace. Outside, the fog continues its silent vigil, wrapping the world in its tender embrace and blurring the boundaries between night and day. The lamplight, unwavering in its duty, casts long shadows that dance upon the cobbles, playing out scenes of light and dark that speak to the eternal rhythm of life. It is a moment of calm and reflection, a gentle pause that invites contemplation, and the quiet assurance that, despite the uncertainties of the world, the simple act of breaking bread remains a constant source of solace and connection. As the first light of dawn begins to hint at the horizon, the fog, that ever-present companion of the night, begins to lift, revealing the outlines of buildings and streets, and the city stirs from its slumber. Yet, within the bakery, time holds its breath for just a moment longer, savouring the lingering peace before the bustle of the day. The aroma of fresh bread wafts through the air, a subtle promise of nourishment and comfort, a reminder of the small joys that shape our lives. And so, as the city awakens, the bakery stands as a symbol of quiet resilience, its light a testament to the enduring spirit of those who labour with love and devotion, shaping the world one loaf at a time. Within the dimly lit confines of the bakery, where the first whispers of dawn begin to mingle with the gentle hum of a city yet to rouse from its slumber, Mr. Buttersworth, the venerable master of this fragrant realm, commences his daily ritual. With a steady hand and a mind absorbed in the familiar rhythm of his craft, he approaches the great oven, an ancient monolith of iron and brick that stands as both the heart and hearth of this modest establishment. The oven, with its blackened visage and storied past, seems to hold within its depths the secrets of countless loaves, each one a testament to the artistry and diligence of those who tend to its fiery demands. Mr. Buttersworth, a man of no small stature both in girth and spirit, hums a soft, melodious tune as he sets about his work, his voice a gentle undercurrent to the quietude of the morning. His song, a lilting refrain passed down through generations of bakers, echoes softly against the walls, mingling with the faint crackle of kindling as the flames begin their dutiful ascent. The flickering light casts an amber glow across the room, a warm embrace that paints the flour-dusted surfaces in hues of gold and ochre, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary, as if the very air itself were imbued with the promise of the day to come. As he hums, Mr. Buttersworth arranges the trays of dough with a care that borders on reverence, each loaf a potential masterpiece in the making. The dough, a living entity under his skilled hands, yields and stretches, responding to his ministrations with pliant grace. Flour, that most essential of ingredients, drifts through the air like fine snow, settling in soft drifts upon the worktops and the baker's own well-worn apron, lending the scene an ethereal quality, as if time itself has slowed to savour the moment. Outside, the world remains cloaked in the gentle embrace of early morning fog, the streets of Covent Garden veiled in a soft, misty shroud that muffles the clatter of distant footsteps and the occasional rumble of a passing carriage. The gas lights, their glow muted by the mist, stand sentinel along the cobbled avenues, their flickering flames mirrored in the wet sheen of the pavements. It is a world suspended between night and day, a liminal space where possibilities abound, and the ordinary assumes an air of quiet magic. Within the bakery, the warmth of the oven begins to permeate the air, dispelling the chill of the night and infusing the room with a comforting heat that speaks of home and hearth. Mr. Buttersworth, his task now well underway, pauses for a moment to survey his domain, his eyes falling with satisfaction upon the trays lined up like soldiers ready for inspection, each one a promise of sustenance and solace, stands ready to fulfill its destiny. to become part of the tapestry of life that unfolds each day within this bustling city. The oven, now fully awakened, roars gently with the sound of crackling wood and the hiss of steam. Its heat, a living force, radiates outward, enveloping the bakery in a cocoon of warmth. The bread, that humble yet essential fare, begins to rise within its depths, the yeast performing its age-old alchemy, transforming simple ingredients into something greater than the sum of their parts. The aroma, rich and heady, begins to seep through the cracks and crevices, a harbinger of the feast to come, an olfactory symphony that promises delight and satisfaction. Mr. Buttersworth, ever the vigilant custodian of this sacred space, moves with a quiet confidence, his actions guided by years of experience and an innate understanding of his craft. His hands, strong and capable, bear the marks of his trade, a testament to a life spent in service of this noble endeavour. As he tends to the fire, adjusting the flow of air with meticulous care, he allows himself a moment of reflection, his thoughts drifting like the flower in the air, carried on the currents of memory and hope. In the silence, broken only by the soft murmur of the flames and the distant echoes of the city stirring to life, Mr. Buttersworth finds a sense of peace, a quiet contentment that comes from knowing that he has played his part, however small, in the grand tapestry of life. The bakery, with its simple offerings of bread and warmth, stands as a beacon of stability and comfort, a reminder of the enduring power of tradition and the simple joys that sustain us through the ebb and flow of time. And so, as the first light of dawn begins to pierce the fog, the bakery, with its comforting glow and welcoming aroma, awaits the arrival of the day's first patrons, ready to share its bounty with a world in need of nourishment and cheer. As the pale fingers of dawn gently brushed aside the lingering fog, the sleepy streets of Covent Garden began to stir with the faintest whisper of life, like a great beast rousing from its slumber. The gas lamps flickered uncertainly in the cool morning air, their dim glow barely penetrating the veil of mist that clung tenaciously to the cobblestones, while the echoes of distant footsteps, soft and hesitant, floated through the streets, mingling with the muted sounds of the city awakening. In the heart of this gentle commotion, the bakery stood as a beacon of warmth and solace, its inviting light spilling out into the gloom like the first rays of the sun breaking through storm clouds. Alfie, the young apprentice, stumbled into the bakery with the air of one caught between dreams and waking reality, his eyelids heavy with the weight of sleep yet to be cast aside. His entrance was marked by a yawn of prodigious proportions, a gaping chasm that threatened to swallow the very air around him, as though he sought to draw in the entire essence of the morning with that single, languorous breath. His steps were slow and deliberate, as if each movement required the utmost concentration to avoid succumbing to the allure of the comforting darkness that still lingered at the edges of his consciousness. Inside, the bakery was alive with the quiet hum of industrious activity, the air thick with the rich scent of freshly baked bread and warm pastries, a fragrance that wrapped itself around Alfie like a familiar embrace. The gentle clatter of pans, the soft rustle of flour-dusted aprons, and the rhythmic thud of dough being kneaded into submission formed a symphony of domesticity that played softly against the backdrop of the waking city. It was a scene of tranquil industry, where the ordinary tasks of the day took on an almost sacred quality, imbued with the knowledge that these simple acts of creation would soon bring sustenance and joy to those who would partake of their bounty. As Alfie settled into his place at the worn wooden table, he was greeted by the warm, knowing smile of the master baker, a man whose kindly eyes held the wisdom of years spent in the service of this humble craft. With a nod of understanding, the baker placed a steaming cup of tea before the young apprentice, the fragrant steam curling upwards in delicate tendrils, a testament to the small gestures of care that filled the bakery with an atmosphere of serene contentment. Alfie accepted the offering with gratitude, cradling the cup in his hands as if it were a precious relic, its warmth seeping into his fingers and spreading through him like a tender promise of the day to come. The rhythm of the bakery's morning routine unfolded with a calm inevitability, each task a familiar note in the harmonious melody of work and companionship. The gentle murmur of conversation, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter, wove itself into the fabric of the scene, creating a tapestry of sound that was at once measured and invigorating. As the first patrons began to trickle in, their faces etched with the cares of the world, they were met with smiles and the comforting assurance of bread still warm from the oven, a simple gift that spoke of care and community in a language that needed no words. Through the open door, the fog had begun to lift, revealing the bustling streets beyond, where the echoes of life grew ever more insistent, a reminder that the world was indeed awakening from its nocturnal repose. Yet within the bakery's walls, time seemed to flow at a different pace, unhurried and gentle, as if the outside world were but a distant echo, a shadow that held no power over the sanctuary of warmth and light that had been created here. As the morning unfolded, a sense of quiet satisfaction settled over the bakery, a feeling that resonated deeply with all who crossed its threshold. It was a place where the cares of the world could be momentarily set aside, where the simple act of breaking bread together offered a glimpse of a community bound by the shared rhythms of life. And so, as the day stretched out before them, the bakery stood ready to welcome its patrons with open arms, a haven of nourishment and cheer amidst the ever-turning tide of the city's life. Outside the warm embrace of the bakery's welcoming confines, the early morning air of Covent Garden was thick with the misty embrace of an affectionate fog, which lingered like a gentle spectre from the night past, draping the cobblestones with an ethereal shroud. The muffled thud of wooden carts, their wheels turning with the ponderous grace of time itself, could be heard echoing through the narrow streets as vendors and porters began their daily toil, their voices a harmonious symphony of cheerful banter and industrious resolve. These sounds, though softened by the fog, seeped through the bakery's sturdy door, mingling with the fragrant warmth of baking bread, creating a melody of life that seemed to dance upon the very air. In this corner of London, where the heartbeat of the city was felt most keenly, the bakery stood as a hearth at the heart of a bustling metropolis, a beacon of warmth amidst the swirling currents of human endeavour. Within its walls, the gentle crackle of the oven fire whispered tales of comfort and sustenance, while the shelves, laden with freshly baked loaves and pastries, seemed to promise an abundance of simple pleasures to all who crossed its threshold. The bakery, with its inviting aromas and the steady hum of contented voices, was a sanctuary from the relentless march of time, a place where the soul could find respite, if only for a fleeting moment. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the fog, casting a soft glow upon the cobblestones, the market stirred to life with a quiet determination. Porters, clad in rough-hewn garments, moved with a practised grace, their arms laden with crates of fruit and vegetables, their footsteps a steady rhythm upon the ground. The air was filled with the gentle clatter of crates being stacked and the subdued murmur of negotiations, as traders prepared for the day's trade with a stoic resolve. Each sound, each movement, was a testament to the unspoken camaraderie that bound these souls together, a shared understanding that life, in all its complexity, was made bearable by the simple act of labouring side by side. The gaslights, their flickering flames casting a warm glow upon the fog, stood sentinel over this scene of quiet industry, their light a beacon of hope amidst the muted shades of grey. As the market awoke from its slumber, the echoes of footsteps and the low hum of conversation filled the air, a reminder that in this corner of the world, life continued its ceaseless dance, an ever-turning waltz that carried with it the hopes and dreams of countless souls. Within the bakery, the familiar sounds of the market served as a gentle backdrop to the rhythmic kneading of dough and the soft rustle of parchment as loaves were wrapped with care. Here, within these walls, the simple act of breaking bread was elevated to an art form, a ritual that transcended the mundane and offered a glimpse into a world where the burdens of life were momentarily set aside. The baker, with flour-dusted hands and a heart full of quiet pride, moved with the grace of one who understood the profound significance of his craft, each loaf a testament to his dedication and love. As the morning unfolded, the gentle chorus of the market continued to weave its way through the fog, a lullaby of sorts that lulled the soul into a state of quiet reflection. The baker, pausing for a moment to gaze out upon the ever-busy street, felt a sense of kinship with the world beyond his door, a shared understanding that life, in all its complexity, was made richer by the simple act of coming together, of finding solace in the company of others. In this moment, as the first rays of the sun began to pierce the fog, illuminating the world with a golden glow, the bakery stood as a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, a beacon of hope amidst the swirling currents of life. And so, as the day stretched out before them, the bakery remained a haven for all who sought its warmth and comfort, a place where the soul could find rest and renewal amidst the ever-turning tide of the city's life. As the gentle light of morning settled over the bustling streets of Covent Garden, casting a soft luminescence upon the cobblestones, the bakery, with its warm ovens and fragrant delights, stood poised to receive the day's unfolding events. It was amidst this tranquil yet industrious scene that a young messenger, clad in a threadbare coat that whispered of modest means, made his way through the modest crowd, his footsteps echoing softly in the crisp, cool air. His countenance bore the earnest expression of one who carried news of import, for nestled within his grasp was a letter, sealed with a blob of crimson wax that bespoke urgency and formality. As the messenger pushed open the bakery's door, a gentle tinkle of the bell announced his arrival, blending harmoniously with the gentle clatter of utensils and the soft murmur of conversation. The air within was thick with the scent of freshly baked bread, and the sweet promise of pastries yet to be born, creating a symphony of olfactory pleasure that danced delicately upon the senses. The bakers, clad in their flour-dusted aprons, moved with practised grace, their hands shaping dough with the precision of artisans, their faces set in expressions of quiet concentration and contentment. The messenger approached the counter with a slight hesitance, as if awed by the bustling activity that surrounded him, and yet his purpose was clear and resolute. He cleared his throat gently, drawing the attention of Miss Clara, the ever-diligent shop assistant, whose demeanour spoke of both kindness and efficiency. "Pardon me, miss," he began, his voice a soft yet earnest murmur amidst the hum of the bakery, "but I have here a note of considerable importance, addressed to your esteemed establishment." Miss Clara, with a nod of understanding, and a smile that bespoke both curiosity and readiness, extended her hand to receive the letter, her fingers brushing lightly against the wax seal that adorned it. She broke the seal with a deftness born of practice, and unfolded the parchment, her eyes scanning the elegantly penned script with a practised ease. As she read, her expression shifted from one of mild interest to one of attentive focus, the gravity of the missive revealing itself with each line. "It appears," she announced, her voice carrying a note of both surprise and determination, "that Mr. Henderson of Shaftesbury Avenue has placed an order for 100 apricot clafoutis to be fulfilled by noon this very day." The declaration was met with a momentary pause in the bakery's rhythm, as the bakers exchanged glances of both challenge and enthusiasm, the magnitude of the task before them both daunting and invigorating. The air seemed to hum with renewed energy as the bakers, with a nod of understanding and a shared sense of purpose, set to their task with vigour and skill. The clafoutis, with their tender crusts and sweet, succulent fruit, would be a testament to the bakery's reputation for excellence, a labour of love that required both artistry and precision. As the ingredients were gathered and the mixing began, the kitchen was filled with the gentle melody of whisks and spoons, the soft rustle of flour, and the quiet harmony of cooperation. Outside, the fog that had lingered in the early hours began to dissipate, giving way to the bright promise of the day, the sun casting its warm embrace upon the city. The gaslights, now dimmed by the morning's arrival, stood as silent witnesses to the bustling life that unfolded beneath them, their glass casings glinting in the light like sentinels of a bygone era. The echoes of distant footsteps mingled with the soft trill of birdsong, creating a gentle symphony that accompanied the industrious endeavours within the bakery's walls. Time, with its relentless yet gentle progression, moved steadily onward, the minutes slipping by with a quiet grace as the clafoutis took shape, their golden hues and sweet aromas filling the air. The bakers, with their deft hands and unwavering focus, worked with a harmony that spoke of both skill and camaraderie, their efforts a testament to the enduring spirit of craftsmanship and community. As the final trays were placed in the ovens, a sense of quiet satisfaction settled over the bakery, the knowledge of a job well done warming the hearts of all within. And so, as the clafoutis baked to perfection, their apricot-studded surfaces promising both delight and satisfaction, the bakery stood as a beacon of tradition and excellence, a place where the art of baking was both revered and cherished. The gentle hum of the city continued its ceaseless song, a tapestry of sound and life that wove its way through the streets, carrying with it the stories and dreams of those who called it home. In the heart of this bustling bakery, where tradition and camaraderie mingled as harmoniously as the ingredients within the dough, Mr. Buttersworth, with his ruddy complexion and eyes twinkling with an irrepressible mischief, cast a benevolent gaze over his domain. The air was thick with the sweet-scented promise of freshly baked bread, punctuated by the sporadic laughter of the apprentices, whose youthful exuberance added a vivacious note to the industrious symphony. The clatter of trays set against the steady rhythm of mixing bowls painted a portrait of cheerful industry, where the mundane became a dance of purpose and pleasure. Mr. Buttersworth, embodying the affable spirit of a man who found joy in both the simplicity and complexity of his craft, rolled up his sleeves with a ceremonious air, as if preparing for a grand performance. His chuckle, a low rumble that seemed to originate from the very depths of his jovial soul, reverberated through the bakery, infusing the air with a warmth that rivaled even the ovens. "Aye," he mused, his voice a melody of good-natured sarcasm, "we are but humble alchemists, turning flour and water into sustenance for the soul." His words, though lightly spoken, carried the weight of wisdom, a gentle reminder that every loaf bore the imprint of care and community. As trays clattered and flour dusted the air like a delicate snowfall, the apprentices moved with the practised ease of those who had found their place within this bustling microcosm, their laughter, an echo of youthful vitality, intertwined with the gentle hum of the city beyond, creating a soundscape that was at once lively and serene. It was a scene of harmonious activity, where each motion was a note in the grand overture of daily life, where the mundane was elevated to the extraordinary through the simple act of creation. The bakery, illuminated by the soft glow of gaslight filtering through the fog-draped windows, seemed to exist in a world all its own, a sanctuary from the ceaseless motion of the streets outside. The fog, ever present and ethereal, wrapped itself around the building like a protective shroud, muting the clamour of the world beyond, and allowing the gentle rhythms within to emerge with clarity. It was as if time itself had chosen to pause, granting the inhabitants of this humble establishment a moment of respite from the relentless march of hours. In this tranquil haven, Mr. Buttersworth presided like a benevolent patriarch, his hands deftly shaping dough into the promise of future sustenance. His movements, though practised and sure, retained a hint of spontaneity, as if each loaf were a unique expression of his inner spirit. The apprentices, guided by his watchful eye and gentle instruction, mirrored his actions with the sincerity that spoke of both respect and affection. Together, they formed a tableau of shared purpose, a testament to the enduring power of community and the simple joy of honest labour. As the day's work unfolded, the bakery became a stage upon which the quiet dramas of daily life were enacted, where the trivial and the significant danced in harmonious unison. It was a world where laughter was a balm, and camaraderie a constant companion, where the boundaries between work and play blurred into a seamless tapestry of existence. Here, amidst the rolling fog and the soft flicker of lamplight, The echoes of footsteps from the street outside mingled with the gentle hum of the ovens, creating a melody that lulled the senses and soothed the soul. And as the gaslight flickered softly, casting dancing shadows upon the flour-dusted surfaces, Mr. Buttersworth paused to survey his domain, a contented smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was a moment of quiet reflection, a pause in the symphony of sound and motion, where the past and present converged in a harmonious embrace. With a final chuckle, he turned back to his work, the gentle rhythm of his movements a testament to the enduring power of tradition and the simple pleasures of a life well lived. In the dimly lit interior of the bakery, a symphony of hushed sounds began to unfold, each note a testament to the quiet industry that had long taken residence within these walls. The rhythmic slicing of apricots echoed softly, a gentle cadence that spoke of patience and precision, as the knife glided through the tender flesh of the fruit with an ease born of years of practice. The subtle plop of each slice falling into a waiting bowl was a sound that mingled seamlessly with the gentle clinking of copper pans, their warm, burnished surfaces catching the flickering glow of the gaslight, which danced with the life of its own in the subdued atmosphere. The air was redolent with the mingling fragrances of ripe fruit and the faint, sweet promise of custard yet to come, a tantalizing aroma that spoke of comforts both familiar and new. The baker, with hands calloused by a lifetime of labour yet moving with a grace that belied their ruggedness, attended to the task with an air of serene concentration. His movements were deliberate and unfaltering, the steady rise and fall of his arms a gentle counterpoint to the more subtle symphony playing out around him. The light that played upon his features revealed a visage marked by the passage of time, yet softened by the contentment of a man who had found his place in the world. As the pastry dough was coaxed into life beneath his deft touch, it slowly rose, an alchemical transformation that seemed almost remarkable in its simplicity. The dough, with its promise of crispness and warmth, was a testament to the age-old art that had been passed down through generations, a whisper of history contained within each fold and layer. The baker's fingers moved with the assurance of one who understood the secrets of his craft, and the soft sound of flour dusting the wooden surface was as measured as the gentle patter of rain upon a window pane. In the quietude of the early morning, before the bustle of the city had fully awakened, the bakery was a world unto itself, a sanctuary of sorts where time seemed to slow, and the cares of the outside world faded into obscurity. The gaslight flickered with a gentle persistence, casting elongated shadows that wavered and danced upon the walls, while the distant chime of a bell marked the passage of time, each note a reminder of the world beyond the bakery's embrace. Yet here, within these walls, the rhythm of life was dictated by the gentle rise of dough, the slicing of fruit, and the quiet companionship of honest labour. With each passing moment, the sounds of the bakery's industrious activity blended into a harmonious whole, a testament to the enduring power of tradition and the simple joys of creation. The baker, with a contented sigh, placed the prepared dough into the warmth of the oven, where it would soon transform into golden, fragrant loaves, ready to be enjoyed by those who sought solace in the comfort of freshly baked bread. The soft hum of the oven, a gentle, reassuring presence, added its voice to the symphony, a quiet affirmation of the day's work well begun. As the baker turned to his next task, the echoes of his movements mingled with the distant murmur of the city, a reminder that life continued to unfold beyond the confines of the bakery. The soft footfalls of early risers could be heard, their presence a counterpoint to the quiet industry within, as the world slowly awakened to the promise of a new day. And yet, within the bakery, time seemed to stretch languidly, each moment savoured and held in gentle contemplation, a reminder of the beauty to be found in the simplicity of a life well lived. As the first hints of dawn began to brush the horizon with the faintest promise of light, Alfie, a young and earnest apprentice of the bakery, emerged from the warm embrace of the oven's glow, his arms laden with a tray of clafoutis which exuded an aroma so inviting it seemed to trail after him like an ethereal cloak. The fog, that ever-present shroud of London's streets, lay thick and undisturbed, its tendrils twining through the cobblestones and wrapping the world in a soft, obscuring embrace that both hid and revealed, protecting secrets and whispering mysteries to those with the patience to listen. Alfie, buoyed by the optimism of youth and the gentle satisfaction of a task well done, stepped into this veiled world, his footsteps a muted echo in the silent morning air, promising himself that he would return before the clock struck 11, a promise made with the sincerity of one who knows not yet the capricious nature of time. The gaslights, like sentinels of the night, slowly giving way to the day, flickered uncertainly in the haze, casting pools of pale light that danced and shimmered on the damp surfaces of the street, creating a pathway of luminescent stepping stones for Alfie to follow. Each step he took seemed to be accompanied by the soft susurration of the river nearby, its waters carrying secrets and stories from lands far beyond, tales that mingled with the echoes of the city to create a symphony that was at once ancient and ever new. The air was cool and carried with it the scents of the awakening city, a hint of coal smoke, the earthy promise of fresh produce delivered to market stalls, and the rich, heady perfume of the clafoutis, which seemed to infuse the very fog itself with a sweetness that lingered like a half-remembered dream. As Alfie made his way through the streets, the city around him began to stir, slowly shaking off the mantle of slumber. Here and there, figures emerged from the mist, spectral and indistinct, each absorbed in their own private world, yet part of the great tapestry of life that unfolded with each new day. A gentleman in a top hat, cloak billowing like the sails of a ship, passed by with a nod of acknowledgement, his footsteps echoing in counterpoint to Alfie's own. A flower girl, her basket brimming with the delicate hues of early blossoms, paused to offer a smile, her presence a reminder of the tender beauty that persisted even in the heart of the bustling metropolis. These fleeting encounters, like notes in a melody, added depth and texture to Alfie's journey, each contributing to the quiet symphony of the morning. The fog, ever mercurial, shifted and swirled as Alfie made his way through Covent Garden, obscuring familiar landmarks and transforming the world into a place both known and unknown, a landscape of possibilities and dreams. The familiar sound of a distant bell chimed softly, marking the passage of time with a gentle solemnity that seemed to blend with the rhythm of Alfie's stride, urging him onward with the promise of the day yet to come. And yet, within this world of transformation, there remained constants, touchstones that anchored the soul amidst the ever-changing tides of life, the solid comfort of the bakery, its warmth, and light a beacon in the fog, the steadfast promise of return before the appointed hour, a reminder of duty, and the bonds of trust that knit the fabric of society together. As Alfie continued on his way, the rhythm of his journey became a meditation of sorts, each step a reflection, each breath a prayer of gratitude for the simple joys of existence, the satisfaction of honest labour, the camaraderie of friends, and the quiet assurance of a world that, despite its mysteries and uncertainties, held beauty and wonder in abundance. And so, with heart lightened by the promise of the day, Alfie disappeared into the fog, his presence a brief note in the symphony of the city, a reminder that amidst the grand and the ordinary, there exists a harmony that binds all together in the eternal dance of life. In the quietude that settled over Covent Garden, the bakery, with its warm brick facade and gently steaming windows, seemed to breathe in concert with the city itself, as if the very walls had absorbed the rhythm of the bustling streets, and now exhaled their own soft sigh. Mr. Buttersworth, a man whose presence was as solid and reassuring as the oak counters he attended for many years, moved with deliberate care, wiping the counter with a cloth as though he were polishing not just wood, but the memories of countless mornings. The whisper of the cloth against the grain was a familiar sound, a kind of domestic symphony that played softly beneath the quiet hum of the ovens, which, though now resting, still radiated a gentle warmth that permeated the air. The gaslights outside, casting their steady glow through the windows, painted patterns of light and shadow upon the bakery's interior, creating a mosaic of golden hues that danced upon the floorboards. It was as if the city itself had lent its light, a benevolent gesture to illuminate the humble space where bread and pastry had been baked with love and care. In the stillness, Mr. Buttersworth murmured to himself, a habit formed from long hours spent in solitary toil, reflecting that there was something in the very essence of London that seemed to breathe with the ovens, a shared vitality that connected the cobblestones to the chimney smoke, the river's flow to the baker's dough. Outside, the fog, that ever-present companion of the London streets, wrapped the city in its soft embrace, muffling sound, and lending an air of mystery to the familiar. It crept along the cobbled lanes, curling around the lamp-posts in ethereal tendrils, and lent a muted quality to the world, as if urging all to pause and reflect. The echoes of distant footsteps, softened by the mist, added to the sense of a city at rest, a momentary lull in the ceaseless activity that defined the metropolis. Here, in this tranquil pause, one could almost believe that time itself had chosen to slow its relentless march, granting a reprieve to all who dwelt within its bounds. As Mr. Buttersworth continued his gentle task, his thoughts wandered to the many lives that intersected within the walls of his bakery. The young mother, with her cherubic child in tow, who had stopped by for a morning roll, the ageing gentleman who, though bent with years, never failed to tip his hat in greeting, and the spirited youth, Alfie, whose boundless energy seemed to fill the very air with possibility, each, in their own way, contributed to the tapestry of life that unfolded daily in this small corner of the vast city, a reminder that amidst the grandeur of towering edifices and the throng of humanity, it was the simple interactions, the unspoken bonds, that truly defined the character of a place. In the gentle flicker of the lamplight, Mr. Buttersworth found a kind of solace, a reassurance that in the quiet moments, when the clamour of the world receded, there was room for contemplation, for gratitude. The fog, with its soft, enveloping presence, seemed a fitting companion for such reflections, blurring the edges of the mundane and inviting the mind to wander along its mysterious paths. It was in these moments of stillness that one could appreciate the beauty of the ordinary, the profound simplicity of a well-baked loaf, the quiet joy of a smile exchanged over a counter. Outside, the city continued its nocturnal rhythm, a gentle pulse that echoed through the streets and alleys, a reminder of the life that persisted beyond the visible. The river, with its constant flow, whispered secrets to the stones that lined its banks, carrying tales of distant lands and unseen wonders. The bells, their chimes softened by distance, marked the passage of time with a gentle insistence, a measured cadence that lulled the senses into a state of peaceful reflection. As Mr. Buttersworth completed his task, he paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on the familiar scene before him. The bakery, with its comforting warmth and the promise of a new day, stood as a testament to the enduring spirit of London, a place where stories began and ended, where lives intertwined in the most unexpected of ways. With a satisfied nod, he extinguished the last of the lamps, leaving the bakery in the embrace of the night, its presence a quiet promise that, come morning, the ovens would be lit once more, and the cycle of life would continue. In the heart of Covent Garden, where the fog curled gently around the corners of the narrow streets, and the gaslights flickered with a soft, inviting glow, the night wore on with a serene inevitability, the air thick with the whispers of distant echoes, and the soft patter of footfalls resonating softly against the cobblestones. The bakery, nestled snugly amidst the bustling market, stood as a silent sentinel, its windows darkened yet still exuding the faint warmth of the day's endeavours. It was a place where the aroma of freshly baked bread lingered, a testament to the day's labours and a promise of sustenance for the morrow. As the night deepened its hold, a sudden burst of laughter shattered the gentle silence, the sound carrying with it an inexplicable mirth and vitality, as though the very essence of life had been distilled into this single, joyous outburst. The door to the bakery swung open with a creak, and in stepped a flower seller, her cheeks rosy from the chill night air, her arms laden with a profusion of blooms that seemed to dance and sway with every movement. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she recounted the tale that had set her laughter alight, a tale of a cart that had, in its unwieldy manner, blocked the bridge, effectively halting the passage of those who, like Alfie, were wont to traverse it at this hour. Ah, what a sight it was, she exclaimed, her voice a melody of amusement and delight, her laughter bubbling forth once more like a brook gurgling over smooth stones. A cart, mind you, laden with all manner of goods, stuck right in the middle, with the driver waving his arms in the air as if to summon the very heavens for assistance. The baker, a figure of quiet resilience, paused in his tasks, his hands momentarily stilled as he listened to the story with a bemused expression, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards in a faint smile. His eyes, accustomed to the dim light of the lamps, regarded the flower seller with a mixture of indulgence and curiosity, recognizing in her a kindred spirit who found joy in the simple, everyday occurrences that made up the tapestry of life in this vibrant city. "And did they manage to move it?" he inquired, his voice a low rumble that seemed to merge with the ambient sounds of the night, a gentle inquiry that bespoke a genuine interest in the unfolding tale. "Not when I left," she replied, her laughter subsiding to a soft chuckle. "But I dare say they'll shift it soon enough. These things have a way of sorting themselves out, don't they? With a deftness born of a long practice." She selected 2 loaves from the shelf, their crust still retaining a hint of warmth, the promise of nourishment encapsulated within their golden forms. She placed a few coins upon the counter, her movements swift and assured, as though this nightly ritual were a dance she had long since mastered. The baker, ever attentive to the needs of his patrons, wrapped the loaves in brown paper, the crinkle of the wrapping providing a counterpoint to the soft murmurings of the night. He handed them to her with a nod of appreciation, his eyes reflecting the quiet satisfaction of a task well done, a service rendered with care and diligence. As she turned to leave, the flower seller cast a final glance over her shoulder, her eyes meeting the baker's in a moment of shared understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the roles they played in this ever-turning wheel of life. "Good night to you," she called, her voice carrying a warmth that seemed to linger in the air long after she had disappeared into the fog, her laughter echoing softly in her wake. The baker watched her go, a contemplative expression settling upon his features as he returned to his duties, the rhythm of his movements as familiar and comforting as the steady ticking of a well-worn clock. Outside, the fog continued its gentle dance, the gaslights casting their soft glow upon the cobblestones, the night enfolding the city in its tranquil embrace. And so, the bakery remained, a bastion of warmth and light in the quiet heart of Covent Garden, a place where stories intertwined and lives intersected, where the simple act of breaking bread became a testament to the enduring spirit of this great city. As the night deepened, the gentle echoes of the flower seller's laughter faded into the distance, leaving behind a sense of peace and continuity, a reminder that, come morning, the ovens would be lit once more, and the cycle of life would continue unabated. In the dim glow of the gaslit streets, where the pervasive fog wrapped itself around the lamppost like a ghostly embrace, the baker, a man of considerable girth and genial disposition, stood with flour-dusted hands poised over his dough, his face, a study in benign contentment, bore the lines of many years spent in the service of his craft, each crease a testament to long nights and early dawns, to the unyielding rhythm of knead and rise, bake and cool. With a gentle shrug, he glanced toward the door, through which the young apprentice had recently departed, his silhouette swallowed by the nebulous mists that clung to the cobblestones like a shroud. "He'll find his way," the baker mused aloud, his voice a warm rumble in the quiet room. "Same as the sun through this fog." This utterance, part reassurance, part resignation to the constancy of life's ebb and flow, seemed to hang in the air, mingling with the sweet, yeasty aroma of the bread that filled the room, The baker, with a practised motion, returned to his dough, his stout arms moving with a rhythmic certainty that spoke of years of experience, the muscles beneath his sleeves flexing and relaxing in a serene cadence. Outside, the fog continued its silent dominion, casting a veil over the familiar shapes of the city, altering them into the mysterious and the unknown. The gaslights, their flames flickering like distant stars, outlined the path with a diffuse luminescence, while the occasional echo of a carriage wheel or the distant bark of a dog punctuated the stillness. The city, vast and teeming, was yet reduced in these moments to a series of small vignettes, each one a quiet testament to the lives within, each one a part of the greater whole. As the baker worked, the soft thud of his kneading created a gentle percussion, harmonizing with the slow, steady ticking of the clock on the wall. Time, in its inexorable march, seemed to slow within these walls, each second stretching into eternity, each minute a gentle reminder of the hours that lay ahead. The baker, immersed in his task, thought of the boy, whose youth and earnestness reminded him of himself at that tender age, when the world seemed vast and filled with possibilities, and every corner of the city whispered secrets yet to be discovered. He paused for a moment, wiping his brow with the back of his hand, and allowed his thoughts to drift back to the days of his own apprenticeship. The memories were tinged with the sepia hue of nostalgia, a time when his hands were not yet calloused, when the scent of fresh bread held the promise of new beginnings. There had been, he recalled, a certain magic to those days, a sense of camaraderie among the bakers, each one a thread in the fabric of the community, each one contributing to the daily tapestry of life. With a soft sigh, he resumed his work, the dough yielding to his touch, pliant and forgiving. The repetition of the task was measured, each motion a balm to the mind, each breath a reminder of the simple joys to be found in honest labour. The boy, he knew, would find his place, as all young men do, guided by the unseen hand of Providence, buoyed by the faith of those who believed in him, and the baker, in his own quiet way, offered a silent prayer to the city that had nurtured him, to the streets that had been his school, and to the fog that cloaked them all in its gentle embrace. As the night deepened, and the world outside slipped further into slumber, the baker continued his solitary vigil, the warmth of the ovens a comforting presence in the chill of the night, the fog, persistent and unyielding, pressed against the windows, a reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond, of the many lives intertwined in this vast metropolis. Yet within the bakery there was a peace, a quiet assurance that, come the dawn, the sun would indeed find its way through the fog, and the city would awaken once more to the sound of footsteps and the hum of life. In the soft glow of the gaslight, the baker carried on, his movements steady and assured, a guardian of the night's quietude, a custodian of the city's nurturing heart. And as the last of the dough was set to rise, he allowed himself a moment to rest, to listen to the gentle breathing of the city, to feel the rhythm of its pulse, the fog, the lamps, the hush of the river, all conspired to create a world of whispers and shadows, a lullaby for the weary, an invitation to dream. As the clock's steady hands marked the ascent of noon, the quietude of the early morning gave way to the bustle of the midday throng. converging upon Covent Garden with a vigour emblematic of the city's unceasing spirit. The market, a venerable theatre of commerce, now swelled with the presence of eager patrons, each drawn by the tantalizing promise of freshly baked delights that had, only hours before, been mere flour and water, now transformed by the alchemy of time and skill. The air vibrated with the chorus of voices, some sharp, some mellow, all harmonizing with the clinking of coins exchanged with a brisk efficiency that spoke of both necessity and routine. In the heart of this bustling scene stood the bakery, as steadfast and inviting as a lighthouse amidst the swirling fog, its windows aglow with the warm, reassuring light of gas lamps that cast a honeyed glow upon the faces of those who queued within. The baker, a maestro of his craft, orchestrated this symphony of motion with deft hands and a discerning eye, his every movement a testament to the art of his trade. Here, the clatter of trays, the rustle of paper wrappings, and the gentle thud of loaves stacking upon one another created a rhythm that was at once industrious and measured. The customers, a motley assembly of London's diverse populace, each brought their own story to the counter, their words mingling in the air like the notes of a lively overture. There was the young mother, her arms full with a squirming child, her eyes alight with the promise of a sweet treat. The elderly gentleman, his gait slow, but his spirit unbowed, who greeted the baker with the familiar warmth of long acquaintance. The cluster of clerks, their hurried chatter punctuated by laughter, seeking sustenance to fortify them for the labours of the afternoon. Amidst this gentle chaos, the shop itself seemed to breathe, its very walls echoing with the resonant timbre of human activity. The shelves, lined with rows of golden bread and pastries, stood as silent witnesses to the daily dance of commerce, their bounty a testament to the skill and dedication that flourished within these walls. The aroma that permeated the air was a balm to the senses, a rich tapestry of scents that enveloped all who stepped within, inviting them to pause, to savour, to partake in the simple pleasures of the day. Every transaction, every exchange of goods for coin, was a small but significant act, a thread in the larger fabric of urban life that unfolded with a rhythm all its own. The clinking of coins, a sound so familiar yet ever enchanting, resonated with the promise of sustenance, of shared meals, and stolen moments of respite from the demands of the world beyond the bakery's door. It was a sound that spoke of trust and exchange, of the unspoken bonds that knit together this community of strangers. As the midday sun reached its zenith, casting its gentle warmth over the cobblestones outside, the energy within the bakery seemed to crescendo, a vibrant testament to the bustling life of the city. Here, in this microcosm of the larger world, the ebb and flow of human interaction played out in a dance as old as time itself, each participant a vital note in the ongoing symphony of life in Covent Garden. And as the tide of customers began to wane, as the midday rush slowly receded, the bakery returned to its more tranquil state, the energy of the morning leaving behind a quiet hum of contentment. The baker, his hands now still, surveyed the scene with a quiet satisfaction, his heart attuned to the rhythms of the day that had unfolded before him. In the gentle glow of the afternoon light, the shop stood serene, a harbour of calm amidst the ever-turning wheel of the city's life. with the clamour of the midday rush fading into a memory. The shop settled into a state of repose. The air once more hushed save for the soft rustle of paper and the distant echo of footsteps retreating into the fog-veiled streets. Thus, the bakery, keeper of warmth and sustenance, prepared itself for the quieter hours that lay ahead, ready to welcome the next wave of stories that would soon grace its threshold. The afternoon light, though waning, lingered with a certain reluctance, as if unwilling to relinquish its hold upon the cobbled vanes of Covent Garden. The gentle flicker of gaslights began to assert their presence, casting a soft luminescence upon the damp stone, while the ever-present London fog coiled itself around the street corners, curling and uncurling like the smoke from a long-extinguished hearth. The rhythmic patter of footsteps, both distant and near, resonated through the air, mingling with the occasional murmur of voices as passers-by, bundled against the chill, made their way through the labyrinthine market. Within the bakery, time seemed to take on a quality of its own, a slow, deliberate progression marked by the quiet rustle of paper and the gentle clink of china. The aroma of freshly baked bread, warm and inviting, enveloped the room, a fragrant reminder of the day's labours. It was in this moment of serene repose that the door swung open with a sudden burst of energy, the wooden frame creaking in protest as Alfie, flushed and breathless, made his triumphant return, his cheeks, reddened by the brisk December air, bore the unmistakable signs of exertion, and his eyes, bright with a triumphant gleam, spoke of a mission accomplished. "Success," he declared, his voice carrying a note of exuberance that seemed to lift the very atmosphere of the room. "The delivery is done, though," he added with a wry smile. "2 clafoutis have fallen victim to the appetites of some rather persistent pigeons." Alfie's entrance, like a gust of wind through an open window, stirred the quietude of the bakery, infusing it with a lively warmth that momentarily dispelled the creeping shadows of evening. His presence, animated and vibrant, seemed to draw the attention of every corner and crevice, as if the walls themselves leaned in to listen to his tale. He recounted his journey with a flourish, painting vivid pictures of bustling streets and the amiable chaos of the market, where traders hawked their wares and the scent of roasted chestnuts mingled with the crisp winter air. It was not merely the physical exertion of the task that lent such colour to Alfie's cheeks, but rather the sense of purpose, the knowledge that he had played a vital role in the daily tapestry of life that wove its intricate patterns through the heart of London. The bakery, though modest in its appearance, held within its walls the pulse of the community, a sanctuary where warmth and sustenance were offered with open hands. As Alfie spoke, the soft glow of the gaslights outside cast a warm halo around the window, the glass panes reflecting the gentle flicker as if in silent applause of his efforts. The fog, ever present, wrapped itself around the lampposts, its tendrils reaching out like spectral fingers, creating a scene both haunting and beautiful. It was a night like any other, yet imbued with a quiet magic that seemed to linger in the air, whispering secrets to those who cared to listen. The tale of the errant clafoutis, spirited away by opportunistic pigeons, brought forth a round of good-natured laughter, the sound rippling through the room and mingling with the faint echoes of the street beyond. It was a reminder, perhaps, of the small trials and triumphs that marked the passage of time, of the simple joys to be found in the everyday acts of kindness and community. As the laughter subsided, a gentle stillness settled once more over the bakery, the air rich with the scent of spices and the lingering warmth of the day's endeavours. The world outside continued its ceaseless dance, the fog weaving its way through the night, while the river, silent and steadfast, carried its own stories beneath the moonlit sky. The bells of St. Paul's, barely audible in the distance, told the hour, their chimes reverberating through the quiet streets, marking the passage of time with a solemn grace. And so, as the bakery prepared itself for the quiet hours that lay ahead, the gentle hum of life continued to resonate within its walls, a testament to the enduring spirit of a place that had seen countless stories begin and end. The fog, the lamplight, the echoing footsteps, all came together in a harmonious symphony that spoke of connection and continuity, of a world ever turning, ever thriving, in its myriad forms. In the dim glow of the waning day, the bakery in Covent Garden was a haven of warmth and conviviality, where the laughter of its patrons mingled with the gentle clinking of teacups and the soft rustle of paper-wrapped parcels. The air within was sweetly perfumed with the scent of freshly baked bread and the sugary allure of pastries, a fragrance that wrapped around the senses like a tender lullaby, coaxing one into a state of serene contentment. The fog outside pressed against the windows, its swirling tendrils softened by the golden haze of gaslight, creating an ambience that was at once intimate and expansive, as if the world itself paused to savour the present moment. Seated around a large wooden table, the bakery's guests were a varied collection of souls, each lost in their own reverie yet united in the simple pleasure of shared company. Crumbs fell with a soft patter upon the tablecloth, unnoticed in the midst of cheerful conversation and the pouring of tea, a ritual as comforting and familiar as the ticking of a well-loved clock. The teapot, a stout vessel of gleaming porcelain, was passed from hand to hand, its contents steaming and fragrant, a liquid warmth that spoke of home and hearth. As cups were filled and raised, a sense of good humour reigned supreme, enveloping the room in an aura of camaraderie and ease. The voices that rose and fell in the bakery were like music, a gentle symphony that echoed softly against the walls, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter, bright and melodious as a child's first song. The conversations range from the mundane to the whimsical, touching on the day's events, the weather's capricious moods, and the small, delightful details of everyday life. In this gathering of souls, there was no place for discord or discontent. Rather, it was a space where the cares of the world could be set aside, if only for a little while, in favour of simpler, more nourishing pleasures. Outside, the fog continued its spectral dance through the cobbled streets, a silent partner to the echoing footsteps of passers-by, who moved like phantoms through the lamplight's gentle glow. The river, not far from this bustling enclave, whispered its eternal song, a hushed melody that spoke of journeys undertaken and secrets kept beneath its placid surface. It was a reminder of the city's ceaseless rhythm, a heartbeat that pulsed through its very stones, connecting all who dwelled within its embrace. Within the bakery, as the afternoon yielded to evening, the light shifted and softened, casting long shadows that played across the walls like the flickering of old memories. The laughter and tea continued to flow, an unbroken stream of mirth and warmth that bound the company together in a tapestry of shared experience. The scent of sugar and bread lingered in the air, a sweet reminder of the simple joys that life could offer, even amidst the ceaseless march of time. As the conversation ebbed and flowed, there were moments of quiet reflection where words were unnecessary and the simple act of being together was enough. The fog, the lamplight, the echoing footsteps outside, all these elements combined to create a symphony of tranquility, a harmonious blend of sound and silence that soothed the spirit and calmed the mind. It was a world unto itself, where the past, present, and future seemed to converge in a single, timeless moment. In the end, as the tea was drained and the crumbs gathered, the company began to stir, their goodbyes soft and lingering, like a gentle breeze that stirs the leaves on a summer's day. They departed with a sense of peace, their hearts lightened by the warmth of companionship and the sweetness of shared laughter. The bakery, now quiet and still, remained a testament to the enduring spirit of human connection, a place where stories began and ended, woven into the fabric of its very walls. And so, as the fog swirled and the lamplight flickered, the world outside continued its gentle turning, ever thriving in its myriad forms, ever connected by the invisible threads of life and love. The echoes of laughter and the scent of tea lingered like a soft whisper, a reminder of the simple joys that awaited in the quiet hours to come. As the afternoon unfolded its gentle arms over the bustling district of Covent Garden, a tranquil metamorphosis began to unfurl. The once lively throng, animated and bustling, began to thin like the dissipating mist that occasionally graced the cobblestones with its ethereal presence. The clatter of hurried footsteps, the murmur of animated conversations, and the melodious jingling of coin in pocket had, for the most part, abated, leaving in their wake a softer symphony of sounds, each note harmoniously blending into the next. The air, still carrying the faint aroma of fresh-baked bread and pastries from the little bakery that had become a cherished sanctuary to many, seemed to embrace the quietude with a warm, invisible embrace. Within the confines of the bakery, the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock became more pronounced, its steady beat a reminder of time's unyielding march forward, yet paradoxically measured in its constancy. The hands of the clock, moving with deliberate slowness, marked the passage of each moment with a kind of solemnity that was both reassuring and inevitable, as though whispering to the patrons that there was time enough for all things. The gentle tick-tock resonated softly against the walls, mingling with the occasional rustle of a turning page or the soft clink of a teacup being set down upon its saucer. In this serene lull, the dim light filtering through the frosted glass windows seemed to cast a gentle glow upon the faces of those who lingered within, each absorbed in their own quiet reverie. The gaslights outside, with their flickering flames, cast long shadows that danced playfully across the pavement, their reflections wavering like ghosts of forgotten moments. And through it all, the distant hum of the city, softened by the intervening walls, served as a gentle reminder of life's ceaseless unfolding. Just beyond the threshold, the echoes of earlier laughter, now a mere whisper of their former vivacity, seemed to float in the air like echoes of a cherished memory, blending seamlessly with the measured rhythm of the clock, as the afternoon sun began its gradual descent, casting a golden hue over the city. The bakery seemed to enter a state of serene repose, a haven from the world outside, where time seemed to pause, if only for a moment. The patrons, ensconced within this gentle cocoon, found themselves enveloped in a sense of quiet contentment, the cares of the day momentarily forgotten in the embrace of this peaceful sanctuary. Outside, the streets grew quieter still, the occasional clip-clop of a passing carriage echoing in the distance, its sound softened by the enveloping fog that had begun to roll in once more. The river, not far off, moved with a hushed whisper, its gentle lapping against the banks a measured lullaby to those who paused to listen. The city, wrapped in its mantle of mist and shadow, seemed to breathe with a gentle rhythm, inviting those who wandered its streets to partake in its quiet splendour. As the day continued its gradual transition into evening, the bakery, with its comforting warmth and inviting aroma, remained a beacon of tranquil comfort amidst the ever-changing tapestry of city life. The patrons, lulled by the gentle cadence of the clock and the subtle symphony of sounds around them, found themselves drifting into a state of peaceful reflection, their thoughts as fluid and meandering as the river itself. And so, in this quiet hour, the world seemed to hold its breath, allowing the simple beauty of the moment to unfold without haste or expectation. In this serene interlude, the bakery in Covent Garden stood as a testament to the enduring power of simplicity, a reminder that amidst the hustle and bustle of life, there existed pockets of calm where time could pause, if only briefly, allowing the soul to rest and recharge. As the fog continued to weave its way through the streets, and the lamplight flickered gently in the gathering twilight, the city cradled its inhabitants in a gentle embrace, inviting them to partake in the quiet beauty of the moment and to carry its gentle memory into the hours yet to come. As the gentle mist continued its languid waltz through the narrow lanes of Covent Garden, casting an ethereal veil over the cobblestones, the evening unfolded in a manner that seemed to revel in its own tranquil majesty. The gaslights, with their soft, flickering glow, stood as vigilant sentinels against the encroaching darkness, their light dancing upon the fog as if engaged in a tender dialogue with the shadows. Amidst this serene tableau, the familiar figure of Mrs. Waverley, the widow, emerged from the hazy gloom, her footsteps echoing softly in the stillness, a gentle reminder of life amidst the quietude of the scene. Mrs. Waverley, a woman whose countenance bore the gentle imprint of years both kind and arduous, approached the warm glow of Mr. Buttersworth's bakery with a familiarity born of daily ritual. Her attire, modest yet well kept, spoke of an existence marked by dignity and resilience, while her eyes, though touched by sorrow, retained a quiet warmth that endeared her to those who chanced upon her path. As she entered the bakery, the welcoming aroma of freshly baked bread enveloped her like a comforting embrace, offering solace from the chill that lingered beyond the threshold. Inside, the soft murmurs of conversation and the gentle clatter of crockery provided a measured counterpoint to the silence of the outer world. Mr. Buttersworth, a jovial man of generous girth and even greater heart, stood behind the counter, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he greeted Mrs. Waverley with a smile that bespoke genuine affection. "Good evening, Mrs. Waverley," he intoned warmly, his voice a rich baritone that seemed to resonate with the very walls of the room. "I trust the evening finds you well, Mrs." Waverley returned his greeting with a nod and a smile that, though small, was imbued with gratitude. "Indeed, Mr. Buttersworth," she replied, her voice soft and clear. "I should like my usual role, if you please." Her words, though simple, carried with them the weight of shared history, a testament to the many evenings she had spent in this very place, seeking comfort in the familiar sustenance it offered. Mr. Buttersworth, with a practised hand, wrapped a freshly baked roll in crisp parchment, his movements deft and assured. Yet, as he handed the parcel to Mrs. Waverley, he added, with a conspiratorial wink, a sweet bun to her parcel, a gesture that spoke volumes of his quiet kindness. "For you, Mrs. Waverley," he said, his tone playful yet sincere, "a little something extra, on the house." Mrs. Waverley, taken aback by this unexpected generosity, began to protest, her voice tinged with a modest reluctance. "Oh, Mr. Buttersworth, I cannot possibly accept," she began, but her words were gently interrupted by a wave of his hand, a gesture of magnanimity that brooked no refusal. "Nonsense, my dear lady," Mr. Buttersworth interjected, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "Consider it a token of appreciation for your continued patronage. It is a pleasure to see you each day, and a sweet bun is but a small gesture in return for your company." With a gentle nod of acquiescence, Mrs. Waverley accepted the parcel, her heart touched by the baker's kindness. "Thank you, Mr. Buttersworth," she said, her voice imbued with genuine gratitude. "You're too kind." As she made her way toward the door, the soft chime of the bell above it announcing her departure, Mrs. Waverley paused for a moment to gaze upon the scene before her. The bakery, with its warm light spilling onto the street, stood as a beacon of comfort amidst the encroaching night, a haven of warmth and kindness in a world that oftentimes seemed indifferent to such virtues. The fog, ever present, continued its gentle caress of the city, weaving through the streets with a languid grace that seemed to echo the unhurried rhythm of life itself. And as Mrs. Waverley stepped once more into the night, the soft glow of the gaslights guiding her way, the world seemed to hold its breath, if only for a moment, in reverence to the quiet beauty of the scene. Thus, the evening unfolded with a gentle inevitability, each moment a serene brushstroke upon the canvas of the night, inviting all who bore witness to partake in its quiet elegance and to carry its gentle memory into the hours yet to come. In the heart of Covent Garden, where the cobblestones lay like a patchwork quilt beneath the fading day, the market began its slow retreat into the embrace of night. The stalls, once vibrant with the clamorous energy of bargaining voices and the rich aroma of fresh produce, now folded away with a languid grace, as if acknowledging the day's end with a respectful bow. Wooden beams and canvas covers, so recently alive with the hustle and bustle of commerce, were carefully dismantled and tucked away, like actors retiring their costumes after a performance, leaving behind a stage now quiet and still. The air was thick with a palpable sense of transition, a gentle shift from the lively day to the contemplative night, as the last rays of the sun slanted through the windows of the surrounding buildings. They caught in the flower motes that danced lazily in the dimming light, transforming them into ethereal snowflakes suspended in the dusky air. The dance of these tiny particles, so delicate and imperceptible to the bustling eye, now took on a life of its own, a silent ballet performed for the few who lingered in the market's fading glow. As the light continued its descent, the gas lamps began to flicker to life, their soft halos casting a warm and gentle glow upon the cobblestones. The lamps, like sentinels of the night, stood resolute against the encroaching darkness, their steady beams illuminating the path for the occasional passer-by. Here and there, a solitary figure would emerge from the mist, their footsteps echoing softly in the stillness, before disappearing once more into the embrace of the night. The echoes of the market's earlier vitality lingered in the air, mingling with the faint sounds of the city beyond, where the river whispered its eternal secrets to those willing to listen. The bells of a distant church chimed the hour, their sonorous tones rolling across the rooftops, a gentle reminder of time's unyielding march. Yet, within the confines of the now empty market, time seemed to slow, each moment stretching languidly into the next, as if reluctant to surrender the tranquillity that had settled like a comforting blanket over the scene. In this quiet interlude, the world seemed to hold its breath, suspended between the remnants of day and the promises of night. The fog, that ever-present companion of the London streets, drifted in from the river, wrapping itself around the lampposts and softening the hard edges of the world with its gentle touch. It was a time for reflection, for the mind to wander along paths untravelled, and for the heart to find solace in the simplicity of the moment. As the last of the market's wares were packed away, and the final stall-holder departed into the gathering night, the square was left to its solitude, a tranquil oasis amidst the ceaseless activity of the city. The lamplight flickered and danced upon the cobblestones, casting shadows that played in the corners like spectres of the day, content to linger until the dawn. Thus the market emptied, leaving behind only the faintest whisper of its presence, a memory etched into the stones and the air, to be recalled in the quiet hours of solitude. The night embraced it all, drawing the curtain on the day's endeavours and inviting all who remained to lose themselves in the gentle rhythm of the world at rest. As the tendrils of night wrapped themselves round Covent Garden, a certain stillness settled over the scene, the kind of quietude that allows for reflection amidst the gentle hum of the city's slumber. The dim gaslights cast their warm glow, illuminating the cobblestones with a soft golden sheen, flickering ever so slightly in the cool breeze that drifted through the deserted marketplace. There was an echo in the air, a lingering resonance of the day's bustling activities, now hushed and subdued, as though the very stones beneath one's feet were whispering tales of the myriad lives that had intersected here throughout the hours of daylight. In this tranquil moment, one might find themselves contemplating the humble loaf of bread, that staple of life which seems so simple, and yet holds within its crusty exterior the story of effort and transformation. The baker, rising before the sun, toils amidst the heat of the oven, his hands kneading the dough with a practised rhythm that speaks of tradition and patience. As the dough rises, so too does it symbolize the potential within each day, the promise of sustenance and satisfaction for those who partake of it. It is a curious parallel, is it not, to draw between the baking of bread and the span of a lifetime? For within that daily labour lies a reflection of our own existence, each day a fresh batch of dough, shaped and moulded by our experiences, our trials and our triumphs. The heat of the oven, akin to the pressures we face, serves not to scorch, but to strengthen, to bring forth the golden crust of resilience and character. And in the quiet satisfaction of a job well done, there is a peace that mirrors the contentment of a life lived with purpose and integrity. As the night deepens, the river nearby continues its eternal journey, its gentle murmur a lullaby to those who listen, a reminder of the constancy of nature amidst the ever-changing tapestry of human endeavour. The fog, a delicate veil, rolls in from the Thames, softening the edges of the world, blurring the lines between stone and sky, between reality and reverie. It is in this ethereal space that one can lose oneself in contemplation, where thoughts and dreams intermingle like the swirling mist, forming and reforming in the mind's eye. Yet, within the shadows, there remains a comforting presence, the glow of the distant lamps standing sentinel against the encroaching darkness, their light, steadfast and unwavering, serves as a beacon, guiding the wayward traveller back to the warmth of home, to the hearth where stories are shared, and where the day's labours find their reward. For in the end, it is not the grand gestures or the sweeping movements that define a life, but the small, steady steps taken each day, much like the baker's methodical preparation of his wares, that build a legacy of quiet dignity and fulfilment. And so, as the evening stretches into night and the echoes of the day fade into silence, there is a sense of completeness, a recognition that in the cycle of creation and consumption, of work and rest, there lies a harmony that speaks to the soul. The market may be empty, the stalls deserted, yet the spirit of those who have passed through remains, an indelible imprint upon the very fabric of the place, a testament to the enduring nature of human endeavour. Thus, with a final glance at the scene, one might find solace in the knowledge that each day, like the baker's bread, is an opportunity to rise anew, to meet the challenges before us with grace and determination. And as the night enfolds the city in its gentle embrace, there is a promise of renewal, a whisper of dawn yet to come, inviting all to rest and to dream of the possibilities that await with the coming of the light. In the dimly lit vestibule of the bakery, where the soft flicker of the gaslight cast wavering shadows upon the flour-dusted floor, Mr. Buttersworth sat ensconced in his accustomed place behind the counter, his spectacles perched precariously upon the edge of his nose as he meticulously tallied the day's earnings. The coins clinked softly against one another, a harmonious accompaniment to the gentle humming that escaped his lips, a hymn of gratitude for the modest bounty that the day had yielded. The melody, though simple, seemed to echo through the quietude of the night, weaving itself into the very fabric of the silent epistle that the City of London wrote upon the evening air. The fog, ever present and insistent, pressed its spectral face against the panes of the window, blurring the boundary between the warmth within and the chill without. It was as if the city itself sought to partake of the humble tranquillity that dwelt within these walls. Outside, the cobblestones lay cloaked beneath a shroud of mist, their edges softened and indistinct, while the distant chime of a church bell marked the hour with a sonorous toll that reverberated like a gentle reminder of time's unyielding passage. The lamplight, too, stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness, casting its golden glow upon the mannered facades of the buildings that lined the street, their forms partially obscured by the swirling vapours. Alfie, the young apprentice whose cheeks still held the ruddy hue of youth, and whose hands bore the calluses of honest labour, reclined against the great bulk of the oven, its residual warmth a comforting presence in the coolness of the night. His eyelids drooped with the heavy promise of slumber, each blink slower than the last, as he listened to the soft, rhythmic counting of Mr. Buttersworth. Occasionally he would stir, as if about to speak, but then contentedly subsided once more into a realm of half-awareness, where the boundary between wakefulness and sleep was as indistinct as the fog outside. The interior of the bakery, with its shelves lined with loaves of bread that bore the rich, earthy scent of freshly baked goods, seemed to breathe in time with its inhabitants, a living entity in its own right, imbued with the whispers of stories untold, of bread shared and lives intertwined. The amber glow of the gaslight illuminated the simple furnishings, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the walls, creating a tableau vivant of shadows that played out an eternal pantomime of light and dark, presence and absence. In this sanctuary of warmth and industry, Mr. Buttersworth's voice, though scarcely more than a murmur, carried an authority born of years spent in communion with flour and dough, his hands as familiar with the rolling pin as a scribe might be with a quill. Each coin, as it passed through his fingers, held the memory of toil and exchange, a testament to the day's endeavours, and as he placed them into their respective compartments, the melody of his hymn continued uninterrupted, a soft benediction upon the labours of the day. As the hour grew later, and the world outside the bakery sank deeper into the embrace of the night, the sounds of the city diminished, leaving only the occasional whisper of a distant carriage wheel or the faint echo of footsteps upon the cobblestones to intrude upon the stillness. These sounds, like the steady ticking of a clock, served as a gentle reminder of the world beyond, a pulsating rhythm that underscored the quietude within. With a satisfied nod, Mr. Buttersworth completed his task, closing the till with a soft click that seemed to resonate with finality. He cast a fond glance towards Alfie, whose head now rested against the oven door in a posture of sweet repose, his breath coming in gentle, even susurrations. The baker rose, his movements careful and unhurried, and with a fatherly tenderness draped a woolen blanket over the slumbering boy, ensuring that the warmth of the oven would not be his only comfort against the chill of the night. Thus, as the last echoes of the hymn faded into silence, the bakery, nestled in the heart of Covent Garden, became a haven of tranquillity, a place where the cares of the world seemed to pause, where the simple act of counting coins assumed the weight of ritual, and where the fog, the river, and the lamplight conspired to weave a tapestry of peace. The night, with its infinite promise, wrapped itself around the city, inviting all who dwelt within its bounds to rest, to dream, and to prepare for the dawn that lay just beyond the horizon, a harbinger of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As the night descended upon Covent Garden, the bustling market square, once alive with the vibrant hum of traders and the delightful chatter of townsfolk, gradually surrendered to the gentle embrace of silence. The air, thick with the sweet remnants of baked delicacies and the earthy scent of fresh produce, began to cool as the fog crept in, weaving its delicate tendrils through the cobblestone streets like some ghostly apparition intent on reclaiming the city for its own. The gas lamps, flickering with intermittent fervour, cast a warm, golden glow upon the cobbles, their light dancing upon the mist as if reluctant to yield to the enshrouding gloom. These stalls, now emptied of their vibrant wares, stood like silent sentinels, their wooden frames casting long, spindly shadows that stretched and yawned across the square, mingling with the encroaching fog. The echoes of the day, a vendor's call, the laughter of children, the clatter of horse hoofs upon stone, faded into the ether, leaving behind only the soft whisper of a gentle breeze that stirred the leaves of the nearby trees. The market square, so recently a hub of human endeavour, seemed now a theatre of tranquillity, where the only audience was the night itself, watching with a knowing patience as the city settled into repose. The lamps, ever steadfast in their duty, continued their vigil, their light a beacon of comfort to those few souls who wandered through the mist. Their glow illuminated the faces of the occasional passer-by, each face a fleeting story, a fragment of the city's endless tapestry, a weary worker returning from the day's toil, a solitary figure lost in thought, a pair of lovers strolling arm in arm, their whispered conversation a private symphony in the quietude. Each step echoed softly in the stillness, a gentle reminder of the life that pulsed beneath the city's slumbering facade, a life that would awaken with renewed vigour come the morrow. Yet, for now, the city lay at peace, enveloped in the night's tender grasp. The river, not far off, made its own quiet music, the water lapping gently against its banks, its song a lullaby to the sleeping metropolis. The bells of distant churches tolled the hour, their solemn chimes resonating through the fog, marking the passage of time with a dignity that seemed to transcend the mundane concerns of the day. The night, with its soft, comforting darkness, invited reflection and introspection, its silence a canvas upon which the dreams of the city's denizens might paint their hopes and fears, their joys and sorrows. It was a time for rest, for the mind to wander freely in the realms of imagination, and for the heart to ponder the mysteries of life in the quietude of the hours before dawn. As the fog thickened, so too did the sense of serenity that pervaded the night, a palpable stillness that seemed to settle upon the city like a benediction. The lamps, steadfast and unwavering, stood as guardians against the darkness, their light a symbol of warmth and safety, a reminder that even in the deepest night there remained a spark of hope to guide the way. And so, as Covent Garden embraced the night, there was a sense of quiet anticipation, a knowledge that beneath the cloak of darkness lay the promise of a new day, a day filled with possibilities yet to be realized. The city, wrapped in its shroud of mist and shadow, breathed softly, its heart beating with a rhythm as ancient and eternal as the stars that glimmered faintly above. With the gentle cadence of the night settling over all, the bakery, too, nestled in its corner of the square, stood silent and still, its windows darkened, its ovens cold, yet within its walls lingered the warmth of the day's labour, the memory of bread baked with love and care. It was a place of dreams and aspirations, where the alchemy of flour, water, and yeast transformed into sustenance for body and soul, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who dared to dream. In the dim glow of the dying embers, nestled within the heart of the quiet bakery, young Alfie, the diligent apprentice, lay in gentle repose, his head resting upon a makeshift pillow of flour sacks, his small hand trailing in the fine dust of his day's labour. The room, now hushed and enveloped in the soft, embracing shadows of evening, was a sanctuary of peace and restfulness, where the ceaseless rhythm of the city seemed but a distant hum, muffled by the thick, protective walls of the establishment. The air, still imbued with the faint, comforting aroma of freshly baked bread, lingered like a benevolent spectre, whispering tales of warmth and hospitality to the slumbering boy. Through the solitary window, the fog rolled in, as if on soft, velvet feet, weaving its way through the narrow streets and alleys of Covent Garden, casting an ethereal cloak over the cobblestones and gas lamps that stood like silent sentinels in the night. The gaslight flickered uncertainly, its flame a lone star in the descending mist, casting long, wavering shadows that danced upon the bakery's walls, as if engaged in a ghostly waltz to the music of the night. There was a special kind of magic in this hour, a tranquil stillness that invited the weary to rest and the restless to dream, a moment suspended in time where the cares of the world seemed to pause, allowing the soul to breathe. Unencumbered by the burdens of the day, Alfie, with his cherubic face softened by the glow of the embers, seemed a figure from some painter's canvas, his youthful innocence and tireless dedication etched into each relaxed feature. His dreams, no doubt filled with visions of kneading dough and the satisfying crackle of crust, were the simple dreams of one who found joy in the honest toil of his hands, who understood the profound satisfaction of a job well done. His fingers twitched occasionally in slumber, as if shaping unseen loaves, a testament to the enduring spirit that animated his waking hours. The narrator, with a gentle and practised hand, lowered the wick of the lamp, reducing its light to a mere whisper, a soft beacon against the encroaching dark. The room, now bathed in a sepia glow, seemed to sigh with relief, as if acknowledging the close of another chapter in the ceaseless cycle of work and rest. Outside, the echoes of distant footsteps resonated faintly through the fog, the rhythmic tapping a lullaby for the city, a reminder of the constancy and continuity of life, even as the world slept. In the quietude, there was a sense of connection to the generations who had come before, to those who had trod the same paths, baked the same bread, and dreamed the same dreams. The bakery, with its storied walls and hallowed ovens, was a repository of history and hope, a place where the past and present coalesced into a harmonious whole, where the dreams of yesterday became the realities of tomorrow. Alfie's presence, small and seemingly insignificant, was a vital thread in this tapestry, a reminder of the enduring power of youth and the promise of new beginnings. As the night deepened, the gentle murmur of the River Thames could be heard, its waters whispering secrets to the stones along its banks, a lullaby of perpetual motion and eternal return. The bells of distant churches chimed softly, marking the passage of time with the solemnity that resonated in the very bones of the city, a gentle reminder of the sacred and the mundane, the divine and the earthly, intertwined in an eternal dance. Thus, in the embrace of the night, the bakery stood as a beacon of solace and sustenance, a place where dreams were woven into the fabric of daily life, where the simple act of breaking bread became a celebration of community and connection, and as the fog continued its silent vigil, the world outside slowly faded into the background, leaving only the gentle rise and fall of Alfie's breath, a symphony of life and hope echoing softly in the stillness. In the heart of Covent Garden, nestled amidst the labyrinthine streets and shrouded in the gentle embrace of an ever-present fog, the baker sat alone in his modest office, a sanctuary from the bustling world that lay beyond. The walls of this humble chamber bore witness to countless evenings such as this, where the echoes of the day's labours gradually subsided into a tranquil silence, leaving behind only the soft patter of distant footsteps and the faint, rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock. As the gaslight flickered softly, casting elongated shadows upon the worn wooden floor, the baker allowed himself a moment of reflective solace, a moment in which the weight of his responsibilities seemed to lift, buoyed by the knowledge that another day had been nobly spent in service to his fellow man. Upon the small desk before him lay the ledger, its pages yellowed with age, and inscribed with the diligent hand of a tradesman who took pride in his work. This book was more than a mere record of transactions. It was a testament to the lives he touched, the nourishment he provided, and the joy he endeavoured to bestow upon all who partook of his craft. As he opened its creaking cover, the familiar scent of ink and parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of flower that lingered in the air, a fragrance that spoke of warmth and sustenance, of hearth and home. With deliberate care, the baker dipped his quill into the inkwell, the nib poised above the page as if contemplating the weight of the words he would inscribe. Outside, the world was enveloped in a gentle hush, the fog wrapping itself around the city like a comforting shroud, muffling the sounds of distant carriages and the occasional murmur of voices carried on the breeze. In the stillness, the baker wrote a single line, all orders filled, all hearts content. These simple words, though unadorned, carried a profound truth, a reflection of his unwavering commitment to the community he served. Each loaf of bread, each pastry carefully crafted, was imbued with his desire to bring a measure of happiness to those who graced his doors, to offer a moment of respite in a world that could oftentimes seem unforgiving and indifferent. And as he penned this final note, a gentle smile played upon his lips, a smile born of gratitude and fulfillment, for he knew that in his own modest way he had made a difference. The quill was set aside, its duty fulfilled for the eve, and with a contented sigh, the baker closed the ledger, its cover meeting with a soft thud that seemed to resonate within the quietude of the room. The day's endeavours were complete, and with them the assurance that the morrow would bring new opportunities to continue this noble vocation. As the gaslight flickered once more, its glow casting a warm halo around the room, he rose from his chair, the creak of the wood beneath him echoing softly as if in gentle farewell. Outside, the fog remained a steadfast companion, its tendrils weaving through the streets and alleyways, whispering secrets to those who cared to listen. The lamps, their glass enclosures misted by the night air, cast gentle pools of light upon the cobblestones, illuminating the path for those who lingered in the twilight hours. And though the river flowed unseen, its presence was a constant, its soft murmur a lullaby for a city, slowly succumbing to slumber. The baker, with one last glance at his ledger, extinguished the gaslight, the room descending into a comfortable darkness that beckoned the weary soul to rest. As he stepped into the night, the fog enveloped him, a familiar embrace that promised solace and renewal. The echoes of his footsteps joined the symphony of the city, a gentle reminder that life, in all its complexity, continued unabated, a tapestry woven from countless threads of human endeavour. In the tranquil heart of Covent Garden, where the cobblestones lay like ancient sentinels of time, worn smooth by the ceaseless passage of countless feet, the night's embrace was profound and all-encompassing. The fog, thick and soft as a silken shroud, swirled lazily in the gaslight, casting a gentle glow that seemed to dance in tandem with the faintly flickering flames within their glassy enclosures. It was as if the very air held its breath, cradling the city in a meditative hush, where every sound was muted to a whisper, and every shadow stretched long and languid across the deserted streets. In this ethereal landscape, there emerged a singular beacon of warmth and industry, a small bakery, its windows aglow with a golden radiance that pierced the mist like a lighthouse, guiding weary sailors to safe harbour. The bakery's humble facade, modest and unassuming, stood as a testament to the quiet fortitude of labour and the simple joys of nourishment and care. Through the slightly fogged panes, one could glimpse the gentle flicker of the flames within the oven, and the shadows they cast danced merrily upon the walls, weaving tales of prosperity and sustenance. The air outside, chill and dense with the evening's moisture, was enriched by the fragrant promise of fresh bread, a scent so inviting that it seemed to beckon all passers-by to pause, if only for a moment, and partake in the comforting ritual of warm sustenance. The aroma, redolent with the earthy tones of flour and the sweet tang of yeast, mingled with the cool night air, creating an intoxicating blend that lingered in the nostrils and stirred the heart with memories of hearth and home. As the minutes passed, the fog seemed to thicken, yet the bakery's light remained steadfast, a beacon of humanity amidst the enveloping darkness. Its glow reached out, tenderly touching the edges of the surrounding gloom, as if to reassure the solitary night wanderer that here, amidst the vastness of the city, there was sanctuary to be found. The bakery's interior, softly illuminated by the warm, amber light, revealed shelves lined with loaves of bread, each one a masterpiece of simplicity, their crusts golden and inviting, promising nourishment and comfort to all who sought them. The echo of distant footsteps, softened by the fog, occasionally reached the bakery's threshold, then faded into the night, leaving the street once more to its tranquil stillness. Yet, in the quietude, there existed a profound sense of connection, as though the bakery's humble light was a thread binding all who beheld it to the shared human experience of seeking warmth and sustenance in the midst of life's uncertainties. As the evening wore on, the bakery's light grew ever more resplendent, a hearth around which the invisible threads of the city gathered, weaving stories of hope and resilience. It was a place where the toil of the baker, often unnoticed amidst the grander narratives of the city, was celebrated in the simple, yet profound, act of creation. Here, in this small corner of Covent Garden, the heart of London was made visible through the warmth of the oven and the steady rhythm of work, a reminder that even in the vastness of the city, the essence of community and care could be found in the most unassuming of places. The fog, ever persistent, continued to drift through the streets, its tendrils winding their way around lampposts and curling gently around the bakery's eaves. Yet, within the bakery's embrace, the world seemed to slow, the rhythms of life softened by the gentle hum of the oven and the quiet rustle of the baker's movements. It was a moment suspended in time, where the cares of the world could be momentarily set aside, and the simple pleasures of warmth and sustenance could be savoured in their purest form. And so, as the night deepened, the bakery's light remained, a steadfast guardian of warmth and nourishment, its presence a comforting balm amidst the ever-shifting landscape of the city. The fog, like a loving guardian, wrapped itself around the scene, lending an air of quiet reverence to the humble yet profound work that unfolded within. Here, amidst the glow and the gentle hum of the night, one could find a moment of peace, a testament to the enduring power of warmth and work in the heart of London.